Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I have a minor mystery on the workbench. That minor mystery would be why this perfectly good, or so I think perfectly good, Intel Overdrive processor did not work in one of my 486 boards. Because if I'm going to repair a 486 board, I need to make sure that I have known working processors. Also seem to have another minor mystery, which I will take care of here momentarily. Ryan, everything is broken garage. He is first. Yes, Ryan, there can only be one first person, and you were first in the chat tonight. We have Thomas Armstrong. Thomas says it's raining today. Well, it's raining here today, too. Thomas is also doing more work on the pet. Let's see here. We have Sloopy Malibu. Who else do we have in the chat? I thought I saw, Frodo Jedi. Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Trina's Technobabble. Retro Tech Chris. Yes, I think that's everyone we have in the chat. All right, let me see if I can't take care of a slight little thing here. Moment. I think I can take care of that right here. All right, one more moment. And let's see here. There we go. All right, there. I have taken care of an issue. I'm sure the person will discover momentarily what I've done. Until then, oh, I have a new subscriber, Luke Bowden. Well, welcome to the channel. All right, let's see here. Announcements. Well, first of all, I do apologize, Chris. I was like so close to your place yesterday, but so far away. But I stopped at L&Y Electronics yesterday, and then I looked at how bad traffic was and headed home. I was planning on going to Herndon and then saying, "Hey, Chris, you want to grab a smoothie?" But the Apple Maps was telling me it was like 51 minutes from Woodbridge to Herndon, and I said, that doesn't sound right at all. I think I should probably just go home because I kept running into more and more and more traffic. So I was also kind of dreading how bad 95 was going to be heading home, but luckily Apple Maps gave me a route that gave me a minimum of I-95 time to get home. Because let's just say that despite the fact in Fredericksburg that I saw I-95 was like all but stopped on the on-ramp, I was like, okay, I'm going to Woodbridge. And I-95 was like stop and go the entire way from Fredericksburg to Woodbridge. So when I saw it was another 51 minutes from Woodbridge to Herndon, I was like, nope. That smoothie with Chris will just have to wait till another day when there's not like so much traffic that Justin is like stressing out over it. I did get a smoothie on the way home, so all was good. But I picked up Actually, mainly what I grabbed at LNY was adapters. So, um, yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's not great. Yeah, no, and I think the time I was traveling, the other thing is the Easy Pass express lanes were going south, so there was no express lanes for north. The express lanes were not helping the northbound traffic. Neither was the construction. Neither was probably the federal holiday. I presume it was a federal holiday. There was just a lot of people out. So I picked up a few things. I thought I would. We'll take a look at what I grabbed. It's not much, but hey, we'll take a look at that. I also have a package from Amazon, or an item from Amazon here, which I don't know if I'll get a chance to use tonight, but I certainly will Thursday. I almost had a smoothie today, Chris, but then I, at the last minute, decided not to stop at Sheets again today. Let's see. I also have, let's see. I'm actually looking for like one thing in my basement. I'll have to go. Yes, it was a federal holiday. Yes, um, that would explain it. Anyways, so let's see here. Oh yeah, coffee links are in the description. I'll be repairing a motherboard on Thursday, which this will hopefully come in handy. And oh yeah, the 2CI logic board I tried to repair last week. I have all but put it in my spare parts pile. I think it's actually in a separate. I think I actually put it on the shelf. After the stream, I discovered that it dawned on me that the problem must be the VLSI chip beside the oscillator, because if you looked at this waveform on the oscilloscope of the oscillator, it looked like garbage. I think Thomas Armstrong said, yeah, it shouldn't look like that. And I looked at the board, and the oscillator is directly connected to the VLSI chip that's right beside it. So if anything is pulling down the oscillator signal to make it garbage, it has to be that VLSI chip, because I can actually see on the board there is a direct connection with no breaks between the output of the oscillator and the VLSI chip. And now, Trina, I can't make everyone a mod, although that does like seem like a really funny thing to do. But yeah, everyone that I feel would be capable of stopping the bots that jump in from time to time. And now that I'm saying they haven't stopped by in a while, and I'm feeling lonely, that probably get an onslaught of them tonight. But I think we will definitely have more than enough moderators tonight to immediately tackle the problem. And yes, I may have just done something else, because now I've got the correct thing over on the other monitor. All right, so what did I get at LNY Electronics? I'm kind of okay. I'm sure if I had my chief negotiator, I would have probably gotten a even better deal. But it's mainly some adapters. So I got a 2.5 to 3.5 inch IDE hard drive adapter. Susie was so funny when she saw the price on this. She was like, "Oh wow, normally I sell that for 10 and it's got 5 on it." Susie's funny. Susie's the proprietor. I got a AT to PS2 keyboard adapter, because you never know when you might need one of those. So that had $5 on it. I got a one of these. It's I mainly got it because it had the PS2 mouse connector on it. So I don't know if it fits the motherboard that has a PS2 mouse connector on it, but at least there's the header bracket that goes to something. I can always change the pinout on the connector. So yeah, it had a price of $10 on it. Kind of high, but then again, those aren't very common. I got a set of the brackets for drives. They had $5 on them. And then I grabbed an ATX power supply tester and had $10 on it. Susie knocked an extra $5 off. So I figure, well, it's a mishmash of adapters, and it'll save me the trouble of having to pay shipping on eBay. So there we go. That's basically what I got grabbed at LNY was adapters. I know Ryan is probably typing right now, why no Trident cards? And actually, I think we've done a pretty good job of picking through all the ISA cards at LNY Electronics. So I didn't see any ISA video cards of note. There might have been like a Cirrus Logic 5401, but I have it on good authority because RetroTech Chris bought an Acumos 1, which is the same thing, that it's not very good. So yeah, we've done a pretty good job. But yeah, no Trident cards. We picked through them all. Susie's going to have to get some more ISA. Yeah, next time maybe. Luckily, they got busy because she was going to pull an all-in-one out of the back, and I was feeling bad because it was probably beyond my budget yesterday. But luckily, she got really busy, and then I had to go. So, because I hadn't had lunch. But I did figure out yesterday that in Virginia, it seems like if you drive down a road long enough, you'll run into a Sheetz. So I did eventually find the Sheetz station I was looking for, just not in... It wasn't in Woodbridge. I don't know if there's one in Woodbridge. I finally got to the one in Bealton, so I got my fix of food from Sheetz and put some gas in my car so I wouldn't run empty. So anyway, so what in the world is this? Well, first of all, it's got this transparency QR code on it, which must mean that I can scan it and it will confirm that this is a legitimate item from the supply chain or something like that. I don't know if I want to install the app because, quite honestly, I don't know why that Amazon can't just, like, put that functionality in their existing app. So, yeah, Trina's saying you don't need to eat, you just need more computers. No, no, I really did need to eat. I was getting quite hungry because I'd been to a Home Depot in Fredericksburg, and that was awful because they had one person working customer service, and I had to stand there until they got a second person up there. And then, of course, the traffic on I-95. And then I went to Be Thrifty, and, well, they were so busy. If they had any computers, they had been picked through, so... Oh, interesting. Now, this might look like I bought something Hacko, but I guarantee you this is not, yeah. Yeah, RetroTech Chris. LNY Electronics, the home of As Is $15. Could be a book, could be an ISA card. It's still As Is $15. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the computer Susie was going to pull out was a bit more than $15. Yeah, I think they might be infringing. This might be infringing on Hacko's trade dress slightly, although I don't think the blue's quite the right shade. This will probably give you a better indication what I got. I broke down and bought one of these things. I was like, okay, fine. No, I haven't fixed anything yet. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, no. I don't usually like buying knockoff things. But then again, I just need a reliable soldering iron, and, well, other than the handles blue and yellow, like they're trying to pretend that it's something that it's not. I mean, at least the station isn't, like, pretending that it's something that it's not. So, yeah, I broke down. I got one of these little T12 solder stations, so I'm sure if I open this up, I'll be horrified at the internal construction, because this metal case is Probably not grounded, but yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, I did notice one other thing at LNY. I think they sold the. There was a Power Mac G3 that had been there for at least a couple months. It looks like someone finally bought it, but the PC Junior is still there. So, anyways, I got a T12 solder station. It's the one Thomas Armstrong sent me a link for. So we'll next time I have to solder something, I'll give it a try. So it came with a K tip, which is not one I use. A JL02, which looks like something I might could use. And then a D6, which is a shape that some people like, but I don't really like it. So, to fix the caps were, oh, okay, well, I might save this because I really would like to get to the 486 mystery. That is, assuming I can find the like one thing I've been looking for and I have misplaced. Oh, two things that I have misplaced. Great. No, oh. All right. So, let's see here. All right. Brian just put something in the chat. Oh yeah. There's no way I was going to buy one of those. Um if you're a brand that has enough money to make the video ads on Amazon, yeah, the really weird ones. I like how they make that brand has a video ad where they're showing the real time heat up time of their solder station, but I'm like, oh yeah, that looks like it's going fast, but if you pay close attention to it, they're only ramping the temperature like 20 degrees. So it's really not that impressive when you really look at their ad of them trying to show you how fast it heats up when you realize exactly what the temperature ramp was that they're showing in real time. It's like going from it's going up 30 degrees. I'm like, yeah, that's not that impressive. You're actually not helping sell to me because I want to see how fast it goes from 0 to the set temperature, not 30 degrees below to the set temperature, because that's not the time we wait on. That's actually pretty quick. But I digress. Let's see. Any other announcements? Yes. At some point I may admit that I did something slightly dumb the other day, but I actually think I've since realized that it wasn't entirely my fault. So probably the only thing that's really my fault is I should have been recording video, but I wasn't. That was probably the part that's totally my fault. But I put something through the actually I put two things through the ultrasonic cleaner, and that was a bad thing. But I think I've since figured out with some back and forth on Joe's Discord that it probably wasn't anything I did, given that the third item that I also put in the ultrasonic cleaner that was with the other two items didn't do the same thing. So I think we came to realize there were some environmental factors at play. But yeah, I I bricked something that I didn't really want to brick by ultrasonically cleaning it. So yes, I will probably do some update on that as soon as I figure out maybe exactly what happened. But I may not be able to repair it because I think the failure is in a part I can't repair. So, anyways, all right, let me see if I can find the like three other pieces that I thought I put in an obvious spot, knowing I would need them, and then have conveniently hidden from myself. So, hold please. here we go. Okay, found piece number one. I'm not looking for a Pentium processor. That's the 386. That's the Quadros 50. You know, you would think in a basement that anti-static items would be obvious to find, except in my basement, where everything is in an anti-static bag. That's not it. Nope, that's not it. Okay. I was looking for a motherboard, which I found, and now I'm looking for two processors. I brought downstairs and what is this? They're safe from me. Oh wait. Oh, and I just found one of them. It was right beside me the entire time. What did I say? Safe from myself. And the other one's probably staring me in the face if I would just look. Oh yeah, it was staring me in the face the whole time, and it's Joe. That's okay, Joe. I I was looking for the last few pieces of what I needed. So let's take a look at what we will be looking at tonight. Yeah, to try to solve this mystery. Now, some of the stuff I do not know if it works because, believe it or not, I don't always pre-test everything I get. I only pre-test it if I have time and have some reason to believe that I may need to order something and really, really, really don't want to like get only 5 minutes into something. But this is not that. All right. Well, let me set this aside. If I do need to solder something, I'll hook up the new solder station. But I mean, I did get a few other goodies from Amazon too. Oh yeah, that's right. I had there was one other thing. So I think it was a week or two ago. Someone mentioned that AT keyboard connector on Amazon. I think it might have actually been Ron. I got one. So that motherboard that I wanted to replace the keyboard connector and the capacitors to see if I could get it to work. That keyboard connector arrived today, but that's like a 5 minute deal, so I wasn't going to totally live stream. Um, just I wasn't going to live stream just that. Now, if we have a few minutes, I might try that at the end, but it's a Pentium board, not a 486 board. So what do we have? All right. So I have three 486 boards, two of which you've seen on the channel. The one that's still in the anti-static bag you have not. So the first board is the Made in USA 486 board. I think I got this for December 2022. It's a Contact 82C596A based board. I believe this is the same chipset that Adrian's Digital Basement 2 had issues with on another motherboard that it was having cache issues with, I think, interestingly enough, a Intel Overdrive processor. Anyways, my board does seem to be caching correctly. But anyways, I've got 32 megs of RAM on it. I will have to put some RAM in the Visa Local Bus caching card. But anyways, this board works. I think all the processors that I have tested has worked in it, so this will be my gold standard. It just doesn't have write back cache. So yeah, that's why I was kind of probably won't put this in the Sleeper 486 because write back cache isn't working. Even though the Contact 82C596A chipset is a write back cache, but apparently it's not enabled on this board for some reason. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's an early motherboard and nothing used write back, so they never enabled it in the BIOS because they couldn't test it. I don't know. Okay, board number 2. Board number 2 comes to us from Wall Township, New Jersey. Although in reality, I would have come from somewhere else to Wall Township, New Jersey, and then in my possession because I got it at VCF East. It is the Yes, It Runs NetWare board. If this is the board that goes on my sleeper PC, I am so getting a Yes, It Runs with NetWare sticker from Geek and Spiel to put on the case because that is just completely ridiculous. I will not be running NetWare on it. Sorry. Try again. You can guess a different operating system, but it will not be NetWare. Because 1-Bit Fever Dreams would never let me hear the end of it because you can't play games on NetWare. Yeah, except maybe some text adventures. But I think he wants graphic games. So anyways. Let's see. I think this might have been the controller card that came in. I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look at my notes. This is not the video card that was in it because it had a Trident video card that I've since repaired. This is my Visa Local Bus. Oh, you can't see it because I zoomed in to show you the Yes, It Runs with NetWare. Anyways, here's where my Visa Local Bus video card is. Visa Local Bus controller card that's not caching. Sound card. And I think this is a card that has a BIOS on it to let me use larger drives. Anyways, this is the board that the Intel Overdrive DX4100 didn't work in. It would it would boot, but if I ran anything at DOSBench, it would crash. Well, Jeremy, there's some issue with it. My faster processors are misbehaving in it. So, while yes, I would use it because it has 72-pin SIM sockets, the fact that I'm having issues with it is a downvote. The 72-pin SIMs is not saving it because I was kind of hoping to put something speedy in the Sleeper 486. Now, of course, because I frequent eBay and buy everything that I later regret on eBay, I picked up this motherboard. I don't remember how much I paid. I probably overpaid for it. Actually, no, I don't think I overpaid for it. I think I bought it as untested. So, actually, this I probably didn't overpay for it. It's just not tested. So, it didn't have a processor on it. It does at least have 72-pin SIM sockets. This chipset is a write-back cache chipset. It does have some cache on it, although it is not fully populated from what I can tell. It kind of appears... Yeah, so it looks like it's probably a 64K of cache, and then there's the tagram. But yeah, I have not tested this board. This board has no battery damage that I can tell. I think someone removed the battery. I have not, oh, well, okay, so I see a little bit of green corrosion on this diode here, but the ISO slots are not green. I don't see any damage to the chips. I don't see anything on the board. I think other than the little bit of green on this diode, oh, actually, that's not a diode, that's actually an inductor. I think this board got lucky. Hey, Geek with Social Skills, welcome. And Ryan apparently has this board. Is it a semi-aqueous board? Apparently they didn't use CFCs to clean this. Anyways, I've not tested this board, so I have no idea if it works. I don't know that the eBay seller tested it because I don't think they had a processor. Someone did at least put a good sticker on it, DX250. So it's probably configured for 25 megahertz. I don't see any visible damage. Of course, I will check to make sure there's no shorts on it. But I did also find it interesting that for best performance, we recommend the AM486 microprocessor. So I feel obligated to say that I believe One Bit Fever Dreams knew that I was talking about him because he is now in the chat. Welcome. And now I let's see here. Let's see here. There we go. Yes. Anyways, I believe if this board is working and gets selected as the lucky board for the Sleeper 486, I feel obligated to put an AMD processor in it just because of that silk screen. Because I think I have to. I would like to know if RetroTech Chris agrees with that logic. Actually, also, I think RetroTech Chris didn't catch my my last stream. I said something and he wasn't in the chat to hear it, so oh well. Anyways. So, anyways, yeah. So there we go. Now, what are the processors I have? So let me see here. Okay, I have a few processors. I don't remember what all of them are. I think this one is one that I stuck the okay. I don't remember what that one is. It's got a heatsink on it, and it looks like it is. Oh, but it's not. Okay, never mind. Okay, so I have an AM486 DX4120. Ah, it was old thermal adhesive. I forgot. I just put the heatsink on it. So I've got an AM486 DX4120. I believe this processor was working fine in this board, which is why I left it in there. So there we go. I do have one AM486. That is a very nice processor. And oh, yeah, that's right. I bought it on, and it was actually on that adapter that it's on right now. I have not one, but two, because I bought a second one because the seller store said they had one left, and then as soon as I bought it, they put more on their store and I think dropped the price, so I was a bit peeved. But I have two of these PNY turbo chips, which actually have the AM586 on it. So I've got two of them. This one I had trouble with last stream, so I'll actually give both of them a try. I had trouble with this one in that board that I'm having other trouble with, so it could be that board. But I wasn't able to get this one to overclock as well as I thought I should. I have a second one now. I will also make sure I'm running a fan when I attempt to use it. I do have a DX266. I don't have enough foam to put them all on it, which is why I kind of have double stacked here. I think... Oh, actually I have two 486 DX266s. Because I think this one was in the PC when I got from VCF East. And I think this one I bought because I needed a DX266. I have the Intel Overdrive DX4100 that I had trouble with in the VCF East motherboard. I guess the NetWare one. But I thought this worked because this worked fine in my other motherboard. So we'll have to double check that it's still working. I kind of find it hard to believe that an actual Intel Overdrive would have trouble in a motherboard, but stranger things have happened. And then if I can get it out of this weird adapter that I found this in the scrap bin. This is an Intel DX4 100. But as you can probably see, it's not the overdrive version. So I would need to put it in that adapter that will adapt it down to 3 volts. But it it was obviously pulled out of something where, well, actually, this board does say Tektronix on it, so I think it was pulled out of an emulator of some sort. Anyways, I mean, this processor, in all likelihood, this processor probably works. Probably got scrapped because it's a 486. Anyways, I guess we could give that a try. I will find it totally funny if that 486 works, but not my overdrive. Actually, I won't find that funny at all. So, um, yeah, the sockets are worth a bit if I can actually manage to get them off. The bottom one is kind of bent up, but I'm hoping that maybe it protected the other ones and maybe I can get them off because yeah, that these sockets would be very nice for some sort of an adapter board. I've got the actual chip lifter, so I might be able to get them off. But anyways, I'm hoping I can get the processor out. The pins around it are kind of posing a slight problem. Oh yeah, you bet NetWare is no games is no fun. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so that's what I have. And the one other, oh, yep, I just realized the one, oh, that's, oh, okay, that's not a loose. Okay, it seems like I am missing an item, and that is because, yes, I need to make another SD card, or compact flash card. Yes, need my compact flash card with DOS. Okay, oh, and I do have one other processor. And actually, I'm going to start with it in this board. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to see if this board even works. So this is the processor that was in the motherboard I'm going to attempt to repair starting Thursday. I don't know if it works or not, but it is, I believe it is a 50 megahertz processor because it says i50 on the bottom. But I'm presuming it's a DX250. But I actually don't know because I have yet to bother looking at the jumpers on that DTK board to see what it's jumpered as because it just simply says C manual. So I think it's probably a DX250. So I'm going to start with that. All right, let me find the something to insulate this board. There we go. All right. So for this test, I'm going to I think I will feel the 72 pin stems here. All right. Actually, I think the first thing I'll do is I'll just make sure this thing even posts. Oh, that's right. First thing I'm going to do, which I'm sure none of you all were going to call me out on it because you all like to see explosions. I was going to check and make sure there's no shorts on this board. Okay. Excellent. No shorts. Great. See here. Go ahead and plug power in. I just realized, this processor isn't a DX250, I might have trouble telling. Oh, that's right. If this, in the event this processor is actually an 486DX50, then that's right. I'll be able to tell because the board will only be running at 25 megahertz. Okay, so yes, I will be able to. I will know what this processor is. Okay, I'm probably going to resolder this power connector. Feels a little loose, but I don't see any cracked solder joints, so I'm just going to go with it for now. All right, let me plug in the speaker doodle. That is the official term, speaker doodle. If I can find where, oh, there we go. Okay. So, got a postcard, no RAM, got a processor, known working power supply, and I'm expecting to get some beeps. Well, Joe, I think my payment was in the in the Patreons. I think that will let me use the term speaker doodle for one live stream. Then I'll just have to come up with a different name for it. Okay, so let's add memory. I'm gonna add memory. It'll probably still beep because I don't have a keyboard on it. Or not. Look at the postcode C0. It may not like this RAM, or it might be jumpered wrong for the RAM. Hold on, I'm taking a quick look to see if there's any silkscreen jumpers for RAM bank. Some of these boards don't automatically select RAM banks. Okay. Yep, postcode C0, and it is stopped. Doesn't like that RAM, perhaps. Seemingly it got further without the RAM. Or maybe I didn't seat the RAM well. Okay, is this RAM? Oh! That's EDO RAM. Although it should work as fast page, but maybe this board doesn't like that RAM. Which is why I have extra RAM, but not that RAM, because that's not parity RAM. Oh wait, but is the CPU in the correct orientation? I believe it is, because the because I believe this is the alignment pin here, and there's the notch. So notch to alignment pin. I'm pretty sure that is the correct way. Possible this processor doesn't work. Okay, no RAM. I get the C6. Okay. I get the C6 with no RAM. All right, I have a few other 72 pin sims here. Let me see if I've got one that's not marked EDO. I should only need one. I just want a good old test page, memory module. And that all appears to be EDO. That's not parity. That's not parity. That's not parity. Let me see if any of these are parity. That's not parity. Ah, none of this RAM here is parity. Oh. Was that the problem? Was that... Oh, the RAM from that other 486 board is not parity RAM. Maybe that's the problem. Let me pull 4 of these memory modules out. This board here. These are 4 megabyte parity modules, and they're also going to be fast page. This board may have actually been... It may have been the parity, lack of parity that it didn't like. Oh, you can't have it, Retro Techie. All right, let's see here. Also possible this board doesn't work. Wouldn't be the first time I've bought a board that didn't work from eBay. There we go. That's better. All right, now I'm at postcode 31, and I think that was probably complaining about a lack of display. So I got this ATX to AT power adapter off of Tindy. So it is a really nice adapter. It also adds the negative 5-volt rail. Okay, so this is one of those Cirrus Logic video cards I bought the other day. I don't feel like pulling the local bus one out of the slot just yet. So put one of these in, and hopefully, and actually maybe I might as well hook the keyboard up too. Now, that being a Cirrus Logic video card, it should just work. And I'll pull the link up here. There we go. Ooh. Okay, that's nice. Take a look at that. It's not the horrible purple and green BIOS screen. It's actually the nice blue and yellow one. That's actually, this is probably a I think I can tell it's a later motherboard just because of the appearance of the BIOS. Let's see here. Ah, yes, I'm not even going to bother setting the date. Let's see here. I'm not even going to bother setting that. Let's just turn this off and put a boot device in. So Jeremy's saying he went and designed his own ATX blaster a while ago. All right, well, this is the adapter I'm using. Well, okay, there we go. Jeremy's telling me shift function 2. What is shift function 2? Oh, change color. No, no, we don't like that color. Nope, that's boring. Well, that's better than the that's not good enough. Nope. Nope. Oh, actually that's kind of cool. Ew, no, gross. Nope. There we go. I could make that BIOS look similar to an old Dell. No, I don't want it to look like an old Dell. If I wanted it to look like an old Dell, I would just get an old Dell. All right, let me so now that I got a video card that, thanks to the power of Cirrus Logic video card, it just worked. You know, it's almost like I should probably put a, maybe I should put a Trident card in this board so I have to dork with it for 20 minutes to get it to work. Yeah, gray on black probably was the best. It is probably the most con- uh it's usable yet. There we go. Okay, let me see here. Inevitably, I will plug this in upside down, but whatever. I'm putting a compact flash card in that's got DOS bench on it, so I can check to see what kind of what this board seems to be configured with. Trying to plug the, there we go, plug a power adapter in, and also I need to wipe the card that's got the ROM on it that lets me use large discs. Otherwise, I won't be able to boot that compact flash card. All right, because I would like to solve the mystery of what this processor is. Is it actually a 48650 or is it a 486DX250? All right. Yes, I would be one of the people crazy enough to add a Trident card for making sure we have problems. Okay, that's kind of weird. Because I got a DX2 S CPU at 66 megahertz. Probably because this label's wrong. Beware of labels on motherboards you buy off eBay. They're probably wrong. So I'm overclocking this 50 megahertz processor. But the one important thing is that this does tell me that it is probably a DX250. See, it is, yeah, 620, time, and it is, that's close enough to 0900.00 p.m. There we go. That's close enough. All right. All right. So this is a Intel 486DX2 C step. It is running at 66.8 megahertz, which is overclocked because it clearly says i50 on the bottom of it. It is a genuine Intel. It is a C step, and cache is in write through mode, but that might be correct for this board. So, all right. That's pretty good. The processor that came from the DTK motherboard I'm going to repair actually works, which I actually suspected because, yeah, the processor was well away from the collateral damage zone. Oh, cool. This is a Data Expert EXP4044VL motherboard. It has an Opti 82C802G chipset, and it apparently has 128K of SRAM cache. So I guess I could add another 4 chips and double it, which I think's the max. And if anyone's wondering, this is, yep, Cirrus Logic video card. As stated, it came out of one of those absolutely cool retro looking boxes. And it looks like this CPU doesn't have any of the known errata, the least of which is the BSwap bug, whatever that is. All right. So that's good. I have a working motherboard here. So I have 3 motherboards for testing. I believe all 3 motherboards are set for a 33 megahertz bus speed from this test. Okay, this processor is running just a bit warm. That is good to know it works, even though it does say i50 on the bottom, so I was overclocking it. It's a DX250. Excellent. Now, I'm going to go ahead and start with the troublemaker. This is the Intel Overdrive 100 that I had trouble with in the NetWare motherboard. Let's see what it does in this motherboard. Okay, this motherboard does see it as a DX4100. That's a good sign. Let me check some of these BIOS settings. That's weird. It locked up. I may have to check jumper settings. All right, let me reset it and Huh. Okay. Well, my Intel Overdrive processor is not behaving correctly. All right, let me jam a. All right, I'm gonna jam a DX266 in it. Should not need a heatsink. But I'm pretty sure this processor works. So, okay. There we go. And load the BIOS default settings. All right, it did keep the time. That's pretty nifty. I don't have a floppy drive connected, so let's do that. BIOS settings. External cache is enabled. Quick power on self-test. Enabled. Numlock on system speed high. Gate A20 option. We'll leave that at normal. Parity check enabled. Oh, okay. So the parity check disabled is the default on this computer. Auto configuration is enabled. Okay, that's probably. Ooh. Write back. Because this is a write back capable processor. Hidden refresh and slow refresh enabled. I was watching a video on those. I do want those enabled. And let's go ahead and let those cache. And yes, it may not be wise to change a whole bunch of settings when I had trouble with the processor crashing, but I'll check jumper settings and then we'll try the overdrive processor again. But maybe my DX4100 overdrive processor is bad. Maybe that's the entire mystery. It's a bad processor. Because everything I buy and later regret came from eBay, it seems like. Oh, there we go. And all right, let's see here. Yes, right back. I've got right back cache enabled. All right, this is great. This motherboard actually supports right back cache. Excellent. Finally, a 486 board that supports right back. All right, we got right back enabled. Right back enhanced. It is. This board might actually be the winner for my sleeper PC, but let's see. Let's see what we got here. While I pull up the jumper settings for this board. Well, that explains why when I started to type a web address, why the web browser didn't do anything, because I think I accidentally did something. No BS. Sorry about that. Yeah, this board might be the winner. All right, still got to pull the manual up because I want to double check why that overdrive processor didn't work. EXP4044 VL. That data expert on Opti chipset data expert. Actually, I'm not sure it identified this board correctly. Oh, there it is. Oh, on the retro web, it doesn't have the VL at the end of the model number. That's why it didn't. When I searched for what it's showing here on the screen, it didn't find it because it doesn't have the VL at the end of it. So, but yay for the retro web and all the cool information. Some boards are missing the regulator required for the DX4 class of CPUs. But that shouldn't matter for an overdrive. But yes, it would appear as if I believe this board is missing the regulator. I'm not sure where the regulator goes. Oh, there we go. There's where it goes. And indeed, it's missing on this board, so I can't so yeah, I'd have to install the regulator to be able to use the a DX4 without an adapter, but I have adapters. Oh, here we go, and this is also what I thought. Okay, there is a jumper on this board. It's not on the silk screen, but there is a jumper on this board for bank select, and that's probably why those 72-pin sims didn't work. So, all right. But what I'm looking for is the jumper settings for an overdrive. Oh, it probably isn't going to blatantly call it overdrive. Here we go. T24C, that's DX4, T24T. Here we go. I think these would be the jumper settings that would probably work. No, actually, that's what I need. I just need to set up for a 46DX at 33, and the overdrive should work. So I'll double check the jumper settings. Anyways, back to what we're looking at here. All right. And let me just make sure that this seems to be stable. I don't know if anyone remembers which benchmark the overdrive was like honking out on. Let me just run a couple of these benchmarks. I'm just going to pick a couple random ones. I mainly just want to make sure the computer doesn't lock up with this processor. Because the thing is, I want to, if it doesn't lock up with this processor, then I'm going to set the jumper settings for a DX33, and then I'm going to try the overdrive again, and I'm also going to try the PNY turbo chip, both of which jumpering it for a DX33 should be sufficient. In fact, actually, I should be able to jumper it for an SX33, but I'll be nice and I'll jumper for a DX33. In reality, this board isn't as ideal for an overdrive, but it doesn't have the voltage regulator, so I may have to try to reverse engineer. Okay, well that benchmark didn't lock up. I'm not going to take us through Doom because that's just silly. But okay, I'll run PC player benchmark. Maybe if someone wanted to go pan through the live stream I did, I think it'd be the first live stream I did with the sleeper PC. So it would have been right after VCF East. So it would have been, I guess, Thursday the like the 20th or 21st of April. Yeah, I think it might have been the Doom benchmark that it locked up on, like right as soon as it started. Thomas might be remembering correctly. Okay, we'll try Doom. But if someone wanted to like go back to that live stream and just kind of see if you could pan to where I was running the Intel Overdrive processor and tell me which benchmark locked up, because it like locked up like both times I tried it, as far as I remember. I just didn't have a chance to go back and watch my own live stream. I instead watched some of my other own live streams for other answers. So, yeah, speaking of watching, YouTube recently announced lower thresholds for the partner program. You don't get all the benefits, but I am currently on a drive to get to 3,000 watch hours for the year and 500 subscribers, because that is the new lower tier for the fan funding features of the partner program, which means, yes, you'd be able to send me super chats and super stickers. So, yeah, if you would share my channel with one of your friends, or more than one of your friends that's into retro computing, and um, put my live streams on in the background, because I'm at like 2,700 hours right now, so I'm so close to 3,000. Yeah, streaming Justin is his own stream watcher competition. All right, we'll try Doom. I don't think it's going to lock up, but yeah. So, anyways, YouTube made the announcement last week, so I was streaming twice a week in April for other reasons, because I was very tempted to ask viewers like you, to borrow the PBS's slogan, if you have like a board you want repaired. I was tempted to at some point change my Tuesday live streams to the other people's boards live stream, and then Thursday would be like my stuff. I'm like almost ready to do that. So if you've got something in mind that you think I might be able to repair, maybe it's just a recap, maybe it needs a little work. At the moment, you'll um you'll have to pay shipping both ways, but I'll see if I can't, like, if I've got the spare parts, I won't charge you for parts. That's where coffee tips help for things like that. So I kind of got inspired by Chris Evans, the Amiga guy, because I realized that all the videos he does of Amiga repairs, apparently he puts part of his Patreon money goes, and his PayPal tips goes to repairing those Amiga boards. So I was like, that'd be pretty cool. Then I'm not always working on my own stuff. So yeah, I figured you'd be on board, Jeremy. But anyways, yeah, I'm like so close. So I guess if you're watching and you have something in mind, my only request is you let me know what you have, so I can like make sure that I think I can repair it, and then I'll let you know where to send it to. I also want to make sure I don't like get too many items at once, because I would like to make sure I can return them in a somewhat relatively reasonable time frame. And the one other thing is, if it's something that I have the ability to test without you sending the whole computer, then that might be even better, especially depending on where you are. Like, for example, if you've got an LC logic board that needs some work, well, I've got LCs, I can test those. But if you've got an Osborne logic board, well, you're going to be sending me the entire Osborne, because I don't have one of those. Just saying. Also, just because I have a K-Pro 2 doesn't mean that I necessarily can just power up any K-Pro board. But, well, but yeah. And I cannot reball BGA chips. So, yeah, sorry. That's partially why I think the board that I put through the ultrasonic cleaner and bricked it, I think that's why it's bricked, is because I think something's wrong with some of the balls on the VGA chip that's on the board. Oh well. Um, Jeremy's got an A500 in a corner crying for repairs. You would have to send me the whole Amiga 500, because I do not have an Amiga 500 to be able to test it. But Um, a ColecoVision. Let's talk Sloopy and Jeremy. Um, both of those sound like something I could potentially take a look at. ColecoVision sounds neat. I've never worked on one of those. Amiga 5, never worked on an Amiga 500 either, but those sound neat. But yeah, maybe we can talk. This might be a good kickstart to that. So, anyways, oh, these DX2 66s kind of get a little bit warm without a heatsink on them, but that's fine. Okay, so this processor works. All right, Thomas, have a good day at work. I guess a good evening at work. Because I guess it's, all right. Well, let me see if I can get this processor out. The one thing about this processor, I tried, the pins were just a little bit bent when I got it, so I wish someone would make a PGA pin straightener, but I suspect that would be a bit harder than like a dipped pin straightener, so I tried bending the pins as best as I could, but I think one of them is still like, there we go. One of them's just like slightly out of square. Probably doesn't help that I end up buying cheaper chips on eBay and pay for it with my time later of dorking with them. Okay, let me change the jumper settings on this motherboard here real quick. Because now that I know the board does seem to work, I'm going to jumper it for a 486DX33. Or probably I'm going to end up confirming that that is the way it's probably jumpered now. So if you'll bear with me one moment. I just have to figure out where the jumpers are. So let's see here. I'm looking for JP5 8, 8, 19, 24, 39, and 43. Wow. That totally seems totally random. And yes, indeed, it lists JP8 twice on the manual. So, but I don't think they're quite as random as I thought they were. They're all around the socket. So, JP5 is 1 and 2. JP8 is actually, I believe that is JP6. The scan is not very good. JP6 is 2 and 3. JP8 is 1 and 2. That's correct. JP19, I just realized the manual says where all these are. JP19 is 1 and 2. JP24 should be off. JP24 is off. Pretty sure that JP24, yep, JP24 is off. JP39 should be 2 and 3. JP39 is 2 and 3. Okay. JP43 is on. Okay, JP43 is on. So JP3 is on. Yes, JP3 is on. JP4 should be off. JP4 is off. And JP17 should be on. And JP17 is on. Okay, confirmed. This board is jumpered for a DX33. All right. I'm going to put the overdrive processor back in. I'm going to give it one last chance. Huh. Okay, I believe my Intel Overdrive processor is defective. Okay, I do know I am putting it in correctly because I see there it does have the pin to disable the onboard SX processor if it had a soldered one. But it does seem to be it's hanging at postcode 52. Oh, I also knocked the video cable out. That's why you didn't see anything. Hold please. That's embarrassing. That might be why it was hanging at postcode 52. Because I was thinking it was at least booting. There we go. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. All right. BIOS defaults. All right. BIOS features. Enable the external cache. Quick power. System speed high. Gate 20. Enable that. Okay. Chipset features. Oh, wait a minute. One other setting. Oh, okay. I think I did just figure something else out. I don't think this overdrive processor supports write back cache. Well, that would answer a. Oh. And. Crashed during the memory test. All right, try one more time. In case I bumped something. Here we go. And it hung. I think my Intel Overdrive processor is defective. Well, that's not cool. But I think that explains the mystery. I think my DX4 100 Overdrive processor is defective. All right, well let me try my PNY turbo chip. I don't remember how I have it jumpered, but maybe set for ×3. It may be set for ×4. Should be set for something that'll boot this board though. All right. This board might even recognize it. Or not. Okay, I have it set for ×4. That's good. And it hung. All right. BIOS defaults. Let me check these. Internal cache is enabled. Fast power on. Memory parity checks enabled. Chipset features. I may have it jumpered for the wrong cache mode, but that shouldn't matter. I'm clocking the ISA bus at whatever the motherboard's defaulting to, which should be based on the 33 megahertz processor speed. Although the video looks very unstable. Oh, but it was scanning. Okay, I'll check the ISA bus speed. Huh. It locked up again. All right, I'll check. Let me check whether it's got the bus speed at it. It might have it set to some wonky. Okay, chipset features. AT clock is set to clock divided by 3, which is going to be 11 megahertz, which is actually huh. That's interesting. So if I enable auto configuration, I mean that looks better. Okay. Maybe that's why the overdrive processor wasn't working too. Maybe the motherboard was setting some really weird settings. I might need to check if there's a BIOS update for this board. Oh, actually there might be. Okay, well maybe the problem with the overdrive processor was the bus speed. But does that explain it for all three? Well, I guess maybe the two motherboards I had trouble with it. All right, well, let's try it again. This time I'll double check the ISA bus speed. Okay. BIOS features, yeah, those are all fine. Chipset features, clock divided by 4. That's gonna be like 8.333 megahertz. That should be fine. DRAM read, wait state, right. Okay. This might be a bit slow, but that's fine. Okay. Let's see if the overdrive works now. Maybe it was just messing up the ISA bus speed. Or not. Okay. I think maybe there is still something wrong with the Intel Overdrive processor. Because it locked up again. Alright, let me put the turbo chip back in. I'll go ahead and we'll run it through its paces. See if it does anything weird, because I think it did weird things. Also, I want to see if I can tell what version of the BIOS this is. It's revision 2.1. Oh, well, that's convenient. That means it's the later than what's on the retro web. So if this BIOS doesn't like it, then it doesn't like it. Okay. I'll try to read the Okay, let's see here. I'll read the chip out when I get a chance and get it to the retro web. Okay. Okay, I don't know why the tools show it as like 99 megahertz when it's set to X times 4. Let's see if the CPU ID tool. Okay, the CPU ID tool does see that it is set to 4 times. And oh, and the cache is enabled in write back mode. Oh yeah, write back mode. Oh, and the system just died. Interesting. Oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. I'm suspicious because the screen blanked after like a ridiculously short amount of time. Does this thing have like some green PC feature turned on by default that There we go. Okay. Power management, disable. CRT sleep, disable. I might try the overdrive processor again. Any loose connections? No. No, it went into power save mode. That's what that was. It was power save mode. It was set to like max power saving, so okay. That's why the screen blanked. Okay, check CPU. Okay, that's good. Cache check. Hardware info. Actually, I am going to run cache check here while I take a moment to pull up the jumper settings for the PNY turbo chip. It looks like I may have changed the jumper settings during a previous live stream. Oh, it's a PNY quick chip, not a turbo chip. Well, okay. Okay, so I've got the manual. I can see what the default jumper settings are. Whole bunch of text. Lots more text. I'm trying to look for the page that has like the alternate jumper settings on it. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna double check the switch settings on the bottom. All right, so it does look like Okay, just showing that I have the caches that I thought I should. Okay, let me check the the dip switch settings on this chip. Although while I do that, I'm gonna pull this turbo chip out. I am going to put the overdrive processor back in to see if maybe the lockups I was seeing were actually just the power saving features on ridiculously max power saving settings that no human could stand using the computer if they're set to. And oh, and I've got it jumpered for the default. So, okay. Nope, it would appear as if the overdrive processor is still misbehaving. All right, I'm gonna change the this AMD quick or PNY quick chip jumper settings here really quick. So 1, 3, 5, and 6. I kind of want right through or right back cache enabled. I know the chipset supports it, but it may not recognize this chip. Okay. Well, my overdrive processor is apparently it's apparently an underdrive processor. Good night, Ryan. All right. Well, let me see if I let me see if this motherboard maybe recognizes that there is right back cache on this processor now with these different jumper settings. And nope. Okay. Let me try the let me try the other jumper settings here. If any of them result in the behavior I want. I mean, I'm curious. This is more curiosity than anything. Okay. So I want 1 and 2 on. 2. It's hard to tell on this PNY which is which because instead of using right through and right back, it uses pass through and right through and okay. Okay. It looks like this motherboard doesn't support. Okay. It looks like I can't use right back on this processor. It just doesn't see that it supports right back. But that's good. This processor does seem to be working. I was having trouble with the with it on the other board. Although I'll run a few more benchmarks to make sure it's stable. Because it does seem as if the my overdrive processor might have actually been the cause of the problem. Oh, look at this benchmark fly. Wow, look at that. Jeremy, I have the later BIOS. The BIOS I have is actually newer than the RetroWeb has, so if that says anything. I have the apparently the latest. Yeah, what I'm unless there's a Mr. BIOS for this board. And for that I would need to go to Vogons. That is true. There there might actually, let's see here. We're going to do there we go. Max details Doom. Because quite honestly, if there's a stability issue, I want it to be unstable quickly. All right, excellent. Okay, so I've pulled up the Vogons forums. It's not a slam dunk if they do have a BIOS image that it'll work, but let me see what I gotta find the link on the forum thread that shows there's a link. Basically, they have the downloads, and then they've got a spreadsheet. And I don't remember where in the thread the link is. Oh, there it is. Okay, so this is an Opti chipset. This is the 82C895. 82C895. Wow, there were a lot of Opti chipsets. 82C895. Okay, it does look like there is one Mr. BIOS. And I'm not sure it's going to work because it's for a Jetway J-403TG motherboard. Although it might. It might. All right, well, I guess I can. Jeremy, I will archive it when I get a chance. I am not going to try to archive it on the stream because I don't know how to do it, but I will archive it when I get a chance. Um, I will attempt to, if I can figure out what kind of chip I need. Although the thing is, whoops. Hold on. All right, so, um, me see here. I think I need a 27C512. 27C512. All right, let me see if I've got a 27C512. 64 times 8. I believe that's 250 or 512. I think my math is working. How to break the internet in 3 easy steps. Step 1, take an EEPROM. Step 2, program it. Step 3, jam it at a board without putting anything over the window. The internet will now break. Oh no, it's going to like implode if you don't put in something over its window. Also, interestingly enough, it looks like the last thing I was trying to write was one of these chips. Okay, I really don't know if this is going to work because this BIOS is for the chipset on this board, but even though it's for the same chipset, it may not work. All right, so let me blank check this chip. All right, it is blank. Let me program this chip. It is programming. We are still programming. We are still programming. It is done programming. It took 20 seconds to program and 1.2 seconds to verify. That's about par for the course. Let me just verify it. Verify. Verify. All right. Looks like it is good. All right. I've always wanted a motherboard I could run a Mr. BIOS on. Will this be the motherboard that I can run a Mr. BIOS on? Or will I have to keep looking? Although, really, I think I've come to find out the Mr. BIOS really isn't maybe as special as I used to think it was. Great. Yeah, Joe's telling me I'm a rebel for not putting anything over the window of the chip. Yeah, for anyone that thinks that this chip will be erased by just having it in my basement without tape over the window, Adrian Black did an experiment, and it it's going to be fine. It'll be totally fine for the few minutes that it'll be in this board, because I suspect this is not going to work. There we go. Well, I guess while it's out, I can read the original chip that someone's had the label off of. I wonder if that someone was me. No, it can't be, because I didn't test this board. Someone at one point looked to see what kind of EEPROM that was. Maybe it was someone trying to do exactly what I'm doing. Okay. So, got the Mr. BIOS in. And that wasn't too happy. Hold on, I'm trying to see if I can find the clear CMOS jumper. Also possible that this BIOS isn't compatible with this board. I'm just looking for the clear CMOS jumper if there is one. I realize I don't have a battery in here, but the thing is, there's still a capacitor that's charged. And it's possible that I need to clear CMOS so that it doesn't have the ward BIOS settings. I don't know which is the clear. Oh, I guess let me see. Do I still have the browser tab open with the manual? Yes, I do. JP33. JP33. Ah, that actually is. Okay. So there is a clear CMOS jumper. I know. All right, there we go. I think that is, which you can't see because there we go. And all right, let's try that. Low, high, low, low, and postcode of 37. I think the short summary is not compatible. Well, you would think the page on the Mr. BIOS website called Postcodes would have put their own postcodes up front, although I know Microid Research is not in business, so this is a archival website, but I mean, you would think they would put theirs at the top because if you found the website, then maybe, just maybe, you're actually looking for the postcodes for a Mr. BIOS, but whatever. I'm not their webmaster. Let me guess. The Mr. BIOS archival website has postcodes for everything but Mr. BIOS. That would track. Phoenix BIOS. Multiple versions of Phoenix BIOS. There we go. Oh, here we go. It is validate CPU. Okay. All right. It ran into trouble validating the CPU. Maybe the Mr. BIOS doesn't like the AMD. Let me jam. I'll put my DX266 in. In fact, I'm going to put the one in that will just go into the socket easily. Wait a minute. Hey! Okay, still not a guarantee this is going to work. Because this isn't for this board, but okay, that's weird. Okay, let me see if I can't like load BIOS defaults somewhere. Boot sequence, port security, speed, cache, shadow, chipset. Hmm. Oh, no drive. There we go. Function 10 to record and exit. All right, well, let's see what this does. Yeah, I dared give it the raspberries. Only one person would dare give me the raspberries. Of course, the problem is this BIOS didn't like the AMD processor for some reason. Maybe it'll like the overdrive, though. All right, let's see what it says about this. So, mainboard info. Haha. Yeah, doesn't know. Yep. Doesn't recognize it, but at least we got the. Okay, that looks good. Let me do cache check. If the cache is working, it should be. And then I'll swap out a CPU that supports write back or write through or write back or whichever the faster one is. I think that would be the right. Whichever one. I get the two mixed up. Which is why it's good when you get to the Pentiums that it's just pipeline burst cache. So that's easy to remember. You want pipeline burst cache. While I'm waiting for this to run, I'm just kind of looking through what I got from Amazon here. So I did get the nice foam swabs. Yes, I now have more chip quick because I was running low. I put that in the drawer where it belongs, so I should be able to find it. I bought a. Oh, that's cute. I think I now know why Amazon Warehouse had this Noctua fan. It looks like it had a run-in with a can of spray paint on the packaging. Cool. Okay, I've got a 80mm fan to fix one of the power supplies I have to fix. So, oh, I think this was for the fan, the power supply that I think just needs a replacement fan, and it should be good to go. I saved a few bucks by going Amazon Warehouse. Okay, cash looks like it is all there. That's good. So let's see. Cache is in write through mode. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's see what happens if I put the overdrive, the DX4 overdrive in. Will the motherboard complain loudly? Or will it recognize it? Because it looks like this BIOS does do a ID check of the processor. Or it'll crash during the boot process. All right, let's postcode 0C. 0C is. Ooh, the IRQ. Oh, wow. Crashing during the 8259 IRQ tests. Okay, that's okay. I think this Intel Overdrive processor is just bad. Okay, fine. It doesn't want to play nice, then it doesn't want to play nice. Okay, let me set this AMD processor back to its default jumper settings because I did dork with them for the other motherboard, and I should probably set it back to the defaults because I think the defaults are the most compatible settings. It's going to be on, off, on, off, and all those are on. Okay. It's also quite possible Mr. BIOS is just not going to boot with this AMD because it doesn't know what it is. Yep, that's the CPU ID check. Okay. So, what have we learned about this Mr. BIOS? First of all, it doesn't like the 5x86 processor. Second of all, my Intel Overdrive processor has not gotten any better. All right, well I'm going to put my AMD 486 DX4 120 that's in an adapter in this board. It will not. It'll run at 100 speed because of the front side bus setting. But I just want to see if maybe it'll power up. No. Okay. Same problem. This Mr. BIOS does not like the CPU ID. All right. I think I'm quickly figuring out the Mr. BIOS is either not compatible with this board, and it's getting by just enough, or yeah, okay. Okay, I think this Mr. BIOS, because I just put the DX266 in, the other one in, and it hung at a different spot in the boot. I don't think this is the correct BIOS for this board. All right, but tell you all what, let me go ahead and read the original BIOS so that I don't have to pull the chip again. Okay, so let me read it out. File. Let's see here. Clear all buffers. Turn off the ID check because I don't know what brand it is. Device. Read. Okay. And let me just verify. Excellent. And let me save this. And let's see here. This is what's this board called? It is the EXP 4044. 4044. Whoops. Does help if I type in the correct place. EXP 4044 version 2.1. Okay, so I have saved the BIOS image. I've saved the original BIOS image, and let me now also make sure I am making a good capture. All right, I have to erase that chip. I want to make sure I'm doing a good capture while I power this board up with the BIOS so I can give the RetroWeb the correct ID strings. I think the ID string matches the ID strings that are already there for the other BIOSes. It just is a newer version, and I will try to submit that to them for whatever it's worth. All right, let me clear the BIOS. Clear CMOS. So, no, Mr. BIOS. The Mr. BIOS kept flagging CPUs for a CPU ID check. It didn't like my AMD DX4 120. It didn't like my PNY Quick Chip. It didn't like, well, nothing's liking my Intel Overdrive processor. I highly suspect it's defective, which is weird because I thought these 486 processors were, well, I have a feeling there we go. Okay, so now is the time where I turn my overlays off so I can, there we go. And it's off the screen. What do you know? Well, okay, where's the auto set? Let's see, output, color. Auto position. There we go. Trying to do myself a favor so that I have a moment of video for when I inevitably misplace my notes as to what that chip is. Because when I submit it to the RetroWeb, I'm going to need to give them that 09/08/94 opti 802G 2C4 UKD01 00, because that's the BIOS ID string, EXP4044VL revision 2.1. All right. Now I'll turn my banners back on. Because brand. All right. Yeah. So the Mr. BIOS is, well, was less compatible than I needed. All right. BIOS features. External cache enabled. Let's see here. Features. Interestingly enough, with the DX266, it is correctly detecting the AT clock setting. Yeah, well, the Mr. BIOS was not, to be fair, the only Mr. BIOS for this chipset was marked as being for a board that this is not. So I was actually not using the correct Mr. BIOS because the Mr. BIOS that's out there for this chipset's for a different board. However, it did appear as if it had the same main chips on it, but that still isn't a guarantee it was compatible. So, okay. So there we go. I think I've kind of figured out the okay, so now that I got the BIOS back in, I'm gonna pull the this DX2 out because I know it works. It's the one that supports write back. I'm gonna put the 486 in, and I'm gonna see what it does. That's the one that's on an adapter board that has a voltage regulator on it. Much like the adapter that Epitronics was building on one of his videos, except this is actually an adapter from back in the day. So I didn't have to solder pin headers in a specific order. Okay, load BIOS defaults, BIOS features, external cache is enabled, chipset features. It does look like it's detecting the correct clocks for this processor, but I don't know. It's not showing write back or write through mode, so this processor may not support write back mode. So I'm going to attempt to get this 486 DX4 100 out of this Tektronix emulator socket. While I wait for DOS to boot. I don't want to bend its pins too much because then I'll have to spend time straightening them. But I can put this processor in this adapter socket, and I can definitely tell it supports write back mode because I see that the printing on top of it says and EW. The W is for write back, so there we go. I got it out. So, anyways, I guess let's see what this AMD processor is. So let's see here. Oh, also I'm gonna see if this chip lifter will. Nope, getting those sockets apart is going to be a bit trickier. So. Oh, well, this processor is write back enhanced. That's good. All right. Does it have any errata? Nope, no errata. That's good. So let's see here. Check CPU. Then write through mode though. Oh well. But is it crashy? Well, an AM586 DX4 133 would be awesome, although I think they actually called it the DX5 because it ran at a 4x multiplier. I really would write back cache mode would be really awesome. That'd be really, really awesome because that's faster. Now, this processor supports it, but it's not letting me enable it, which tells me that the BIOS that came with this board doesn't, it's not recognizing the processor supports it. Or I got the jumper on the adapter set wrong one. Not crashing, though. That's good. So it seems like the whole problem all along was my Intel Overdrive processor itself is bad. Although I am going to put it back in the original board that it was working fine in and see what it does. Because that would tell me if I maybe did something to it. Or maybe I didn't do anything to it. Maybe it was just failing it from the get-go. I just happened to be the unlucky person it failed for. I mean, I am seeing that my 486 system has a good chance of being a nice, awesome MS-DOS gaming system. And who knows, I might get a chance to take a look at that Pentium board and solder the keyboard connector on. Because I know I've got, I have three, well, I've got two other, well, yeah, I have a stack of motherboards I actually need to look at. I'm trying to vary my live streams, but I'm running into problems where I've got a whole bunch of computers I would like to rotate in, but I'm short parts to do it. So I did I know hopefully when Thomas watches later, I did print some of the brackets he recommended for the K Pro, but I don't have Gotex. I don't have enough Gotex to put them in, but I do have the brackets printed, and they actually printed really nice. So I wish I knew why 3D printers like leave lines like that, but I don't know. They did print really nice. So this is just black PLA. I also need to get the screens because I think that screen is larger than the ones that come on the Gotek. But anyways, I need to get some the 435 based Gotex. And then okay, well, this AMD processor seems to be working nice. Yeah. Yeah, but anyways, I got a So some boards that'll be, uh, so I'd kind of like to finish the K Pro, but I'm waiting for parts. I've got a Commodore 64 I'd like to work on. It doesn't need much done to it, but parts. I've got a box of MSX computers, so I may just have to take a look at those during a stream. All right, I'm trying to see if I can get this AMD processor out of this adapter without bending too many pins. Ooh, actually, my adapter does have a bent pin on it. That's not very bent. Okay. Broken. Nope. I don't have any broken pins. I might have to build one of the adapters that Epitronics built just to see if maybe it works better than this vintage adapter. All right, so I gotta change jumper settings, and I gotta go look up the jumper settings for this board. It has 2 jumpers and 6 positions. Yeah, well, if Bamboo wants to sponsor a video and send me a Bamboo printer, then I will print all the retro brackets I can to evaluate it. I think my channel's just a bit too small for them, though. Anyways, I got a couple PC motherboards that got rotated into the to work on pile. Oh, I think I had this thing jumpered wrong for that AMD processor. That would explain why it didn't have write back enabled. I had it jumpered for. It was jumpered for write through. That's why. Okay. That's why. See, the jumper settings aren't marked on the adapter, so I didn't realize that this adapter was set wrong. Wouldn't it, that would be funny if the whole reason Mr. BIOS didn't like the... No, that would not be funny at all. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to put the DX4 100 in. It is this adapter is jumpered for right back. So hopefully the BIOS will show me the right back setting to turn it on. Because it appears as if it only shows it if it detects the processor as having it. And I think my this 486 processor is... I think there's something wrong with it. What do you know? Or I have the jumper set wrong. One. Okay, I got the alignment pin. Oh, did I not get it snapped in all the way? Oh, maybe that's it. Okay. Hold, please. I didn't get the processor in the socket all the way. I'm hoping that's it. Nope. All right, let me try it one more time. Otherwise, I'm wanting to assume this the Intel processor is dead. Well, maybe it is. Is it getting warm? No, it's not. Okay. Well, Jeremy, maybe that compact Pentium 3 computer will show up in a live stream sooner rather than later. Did I put this processor on wrong? No, it was on right. Yeah. Okay. Hold please while I confirm alignment. Okay. That is correct. Okay. Let me put the AMD processor back in this adapter. There we go. Okay. That DX4 processor's bad. Maybe that's why it got scrapped. Huh. Imagine that. Hey, Adam. Well, yeah, Adam, so far you missed me figuring out that my Intel Overdrive processor is bad, apparently. This Intel DX4 processor I pulled from the scrap bin is bad, apparently. Imagine that, a bad processor from the scrap. So, I mean, I won't, I'm not gonna, like, throw it away just yet, but it is definitely going to get the blue tick mark of shame if I can find my blue marker, because I definitely don't want to use the green marker, because then I'll be wondering in 6 months why in the world do I have a green X drawn on it. I don't have a red marker. There we go. I have drawn an X on the 486 DX4 processor. And now I'm going to try to find a piece of foam to stick it into. So I don't bend the pins, just in case I figure out that it was something silly I did. Because it's entirely possible that maybe it's something I did. Oh, here we go. Here we go. There's a piece of foam. Okay. I'm also going to draw an X on the Intel Overdrive processor. But again, I'm sticking it in a foam because maybe it's something silly I've done. Okay. Apparently, I have. Well, I'm not going to write rubbish on it until I've had a chance to double check that it wasn't like something silly I did. Okay. Oh, frame it and make it a whatnot. Um, I don't know. I'm not big into the making whatnots for walls. Ever since I had the silly idea of back in the early 2000s, I bought a Macintosh 2FX logic board to make a whatnot out of. I didn't know any better. And I had it for a while and I had a shadow box for it. But then I was moving and I took a look at the board and it looked really, really bad and I threw it away. Mind you, this was back in like mid 2000. I know the hate mail will still come because I threw out and scrapped the 2FX logic board that looked awful because I didn't know then what I know now and that it needed recapped. And it had the beginnings of battery leakage. In fact, I could have probably saved the board if I had known better. In fact, I probably could have rescued it and made it working, potentially. But no, I wanted to make it a whatnot, and I wanted it to look nice, and it had leaky capacitors and a leaky battery. The start of a leaky battery, so that was like mid 2000s. I didn't know. In fact, I'm not even sure YouTube existed for me to even subscribe to one person that recapped, let alone lots. So, yeah. If I had known then what I know now, I would have I would have removed the battery and well, at least I would have removed the battery and I would have probably held onto the board. I mean, in the mid 2000s, yeah, people wanted a 2FX, but these boards didn't cost that much. No, I I would have destroyed the board back then. My soldering skills were really, really, really weak. No, my soldering skills, I've only really been able to work on them in the past like 5 or so years. Oh wow, yeah, I could have sold that board for more than I paid for it. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to figure out what the difference between some numbers are. Trying to figure out what the difference between a P24C and a P24T when it comes to 486s. Because I can't stand that they abbreviated things like that. I'm sure they're. I think they're Intel internal like. Okay, P24T I think is overdrive processor. Oh, okay. P24C is the Intel DX4. Okay. All right. So this motherboard works. Not all my processors support right back cache mode on it, but I may need to experiment with the jumper settings. Okay, but I think that does help with half the. Okay, I'm gonna go back to my original 486 board here. And I'm going to. So this board works. I figured out that a couple of my processors are bad, apparently. Okay, so I need that card, and I guess I need the video card. Okay. That's cool. Motherboard, that works. Although it's quirky as all get out. That's par for the course. Okay. Maybe I will never manage to get a caching 486 board that actually supports right back cache on the processors I really want to run. Who knows? Maybe I'll just make my 486 system a DX266. That would simplify things. Maybe I won't go for fastest. Maybe I'll go for right back cache. I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my original 486 board here. To simplify things, I'm going to pull the caching controller card out. Because I got to track down. You have to put RAM into it for it to work. And I pulled the RAM out of it. And I'm pretty sure it requires parity RAM. So, okay. Oh, yes. That's what I was going to do. Okay, so I was going to put my Intel Overdrive processor in this board. Because I sure thought it worked in this board. I want to see if maybe it stopped working. Hey, Dave. And Will Jr. 880. All right. So there's my Cirrus Logic video card. It's one of the ones I bought off eBay and showed off, I think, last week. It's just easier than pulling the. Okay, so this overdrive processor worked in this board when I tried it back in. I think that would have been December, which I guess is 6 months for me to have done something stupidly wrong with it. Also, the VGA cable keeps falling out of this video card. You know, maybe I should actually screw in the thumb screws. Of course, then I would probably end up yanking the card off the motherboard onto the stainless steel bench. Okay. Which card's a solid one? Oh. Oh, yeah, Adam. Yeah, you're Pentium 3. Yeah, you're probably smarter than many of us. Just make one computer and be done with it. Okay, this board's probably going to be mad because I pulled half of its RAM out. But that's fine. Yeah, the Cirrus Logic card. I mean, I have the Cirrus Logic Visa Local Bus card, but okay. Run setup utility. Press F1 to resume. All right. Let's see here. Well, that's interesting. I don't know why the time is so old. So it is 22. Not that it really matters. 44. Let's see this card. I need to set that to not installed. All right, let's see here. Enabled. Parity checks enabled. Cache memory is enabled. Shadowing is enabled. All right. Frequency, that looks right. Cache type control. Right back. Wait a minute. Oh, that's right. I think this BIOS has had that setting, but it doesn't seem to, like, use it. And refresh control enabled, because that makes it faster. All right. Right to CMOS and exit. Now, this is the Intel Overdrive that didn't like the other two boards. This is the latest version of the BIOS for this board. I don't think there's a newer one. I'll check the retro web real quick. I don't think there was a newer BIOS. There is not a Mr. BIOS for this chipset. It apparently did not survive the test of time. Let's see, this is the Lion Computers. They didn't make many motherboards, so that should be enough to find it. There it is, the local ISA 486 USA revision 1. Downloads, there are no BIOSes at all for this motherboard on the retro web. I haven't had a chance to send them this BIOS. Well, I look at the x86 stuff because, well, it's what we had growing up. Woo! I got 512K of cache on this board. Yeah, okay, so this board, this program doesn't know what this board is. It's the Lion Computers local ISA 486 USA revision 1. Got the Contact 82C596A chipset, which supposedly supports write back. I have upgraded the cache to 512K. This is the Intel Overdrive that wasn't behaving on the other board. And yeah, L1 cache is in write-through mode. Of course, I don't know that this processor supports write back. Now, let me see here. This processor was crashing on the VCF East board, like, I think it was running Doom. I'd have to go back and watch my own live stream. But I kind of think it's already gotten past the point it was crashing, so maybe this motherboard likes this overdrive processor? Yeah, yeah, no, Apple in the 90s, yeah. Adam says they only made like 8 Macs, but there were 47 models. Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous. Yeah, look at this. This Intel Overdrive processor likes this computer. but it doesn't like my other two motherboards, which tells me there's probably something wrong with this Intel Overdrive processor. Well, I mean, I would look at some other systems on live streams, but I'm like needing parts for some of them, so I can't really do much with them. I mean, I know Jeremy gave me a power supply to fix one of my MSX computers, but there, the problem I have is I don't know. I haven't figured out how to replace the functionality of a voltage regulator chip that failed on it with the power supply Jeremy gave me, which is it actually is more of a problem than it might seem. Interesting. This overdrive processor seems to work fine. Or was it the Quake demo that maybe it choked on? I don't know. That's weird. Okay, so this overdrive processor seems to like this motherboard. I don't know. That kind of seems like doesn't seem right to me that it would not work on one motherboard, but it would the other. Oh no, I'm almost. That's leading me to believe there's something wrong with the processor. Although I guess it could be BIOS issues on the other two boards, but I don't know. Okay, that's weird. Okay, so this is the AMD DX4 120. I could actually jumper this board easily for 120 megahertz. But I just want to. Of course, I may have not tried this adapter in this computer, and the keyboard's not seemingly not working. Oh, it's working. Just didn't want to let me into the BIOS. Yeah, cache is enabled in write through mode. What a thought. Of course, there was a keyboard error. I was mashing on the right back cache type control, right back. Oh, maybe that should have been set to fast. Interesting. Cache control, yeah. Hmm. I guess one computer I could work on, and I mean, I could try to finish my Atari 400 on a live stream, but I don't know that it needs enough work to finish it to justify a whole live stream for it. So I need to drill a hole and route cables. That's interesting. This program, tell me. Oh, it must be a different board I have that has 512K of cache on it. Okay. So, yeah, right through mode. Okay, I do not know why. Honestly, I wish I knew why some of these boards will not enable write back cache mode on these processors that supposedly support it. That is one mystery of PCs that is maddening. But anyways, so my Intel Overdrive works in this motherboard, but not the other two. This motherboard will not enable write back cache mode at all on anything. It does like my AMD processor upgrade, though. It runs really nice with it. So yeah, I think the mystery is my overdrive processor only seemingly works with this computer. This computer doesn't support write back cache. I mean, I don't know how much performance I'm losing by not using write back cache, but I kind of wanted a computer that I could have like all the speeds, and then you could disable certain things, including like turn off write back cache for a little to slow it down a little, and turn off caches and reduce the multiplier, and one so that you could run Doom on max details, and probably wish you were, yeah. Well, the AMD processor at least is I mean, Doom actually runs pretty nice on this computer with this AMD processor. In fact, actually, this AMD processor on this motherboard, I was able to run it at 40 megahertz bus speed. So, I don't know. I think the mystery is, I think I got two motherboards that just don't support some of these processors. Maybe it's jumper settings. Maybe it's BIOS versions. Unfortunately, this motherboard here, the first 486 board, I don't have. I mean, there's no BIOSes archived for it. The board I got at VCF East, I don't remember what it is right offhand. I'll look it up, but I kind of seemingly remember. I don't think there were any alternate BIOSes for it. Yeah, I definitely remember there wasn't a Mr. BIOS for it. Oh, it's a PT 429. All right, let me look it up. Who knows? Maybe someone's archived a later BIOS for it since I last looked, because it has been like 2 months. All right, let me look the VCF East computer up. PT 429. The Pine Technology PT 429. And yes, the photo on the RetroWeb does have the "it runs with NetWare" sticker on it, so I don't feel obligated to take a picture of the motherboard with the "it runs with NetWare" sticker on it because they already have one. So for downloads, yeah, I think the BIOS I have is the same one they have archived. They have one archived. I think now that I look at it, I don't think it was any newer. I think it's exactly what I have. Because I think I pulled the chip and I compared it. So yeah, I guess the yeah, I guess my mystery is that well, the motherboards don't like my Intel Overdrive processor. I wish I could kind of wish I could narrow it down a little more, but okay, there's one other thing I do want to do. I am going to put the DX266 that I know is right back enabled on this board and just see if maybe by chance it maybe I've configured something differently and it sees it as what it is. Or not. Nope. There's no jumper settings. Okay, let's just see here. One last try. One last attempt. I guess I will at least put the heatsink on top of it. It's not quite so warm when I pull it off. Hmm. Nope, right through mode. This utility sees it's right back enhanced, but okay. This motherboard, I'm just thinking this motherboard isn't, the BIOS isn't properly initializing the chipset or something, or the line, there is a line that's supposed to go from the processor socket to the chipset for caching. I'm wondering if that's just not run on this board. Okay, I would like to know though. One last thing, and then I'm gonna pull the I got a Pentium board setting the side that I'd like to do a quick repair to potentially. After all, maybe you all would like to get my first take on how my new solder station works. All right, so I'm gonna take this DX4 100 processor that I drew the X on, put it back in this adapter. Put it in this motherboard that at least does seem to like a DX4. It likes the Intel Overdrive. The weirdest. And this DX4 100 works. You know, this motherboard seems to be the most carefree of the motherboards I have. The 486 motherboards. It just, like, It doesn't care what you put in it. Maybe that's the problem with these DX4s and the other two motherboards. Maybe they're doing some sort of a CPU ID check or something. Because look at this. This is the DX4 100 that I pulled out of that adapter. It did not work in the other motherboard. It is... Yeah. It's working. Okay, this tool's for some reason reporting it's running at 66 megahertz. But it did correctly detect the processor. Okay, this tool sees it's running at 100 megahertz. Right through mode. Okay, I'm gonna run Doom on it. Yeah, you could still buy the connector for the 2C, but it's not the ones you... Yeah, normally you find the female part that goes on the, like, that has the through hole legs on it. But yeah, you can still get it. I think the 2C motherboard side is probably the weirder one. Although you might still be able to get that side of it too. But yeah, you can still buy the DIN. You just need to, I think you need to search for it with I think you're looking for solder style. If you're searching the filtering back connection style, I think they call that solder style. Okay. I don't get these 486 motherboards, and I probably never will. This 486 DX4 works in this motherboard. What do you know? This motherboard likes all the processors. Maybe I should put this motherboard in my sleeper 486 because it just it likes everything I've thrown at it. Granted, it only has 30 pin SIM sockets, but I have 32 megabytes of memory that this board likes. It seemingly likes any of the processors I've put in it. I can't enable write back mode on any of them, but it at least likes any of the processors. What more could I ask for? Maybe this is the board I should put in it and be done with it. But I'm still going to repair the other board because maybe it might have less quirks. Also, I think there's other BIOS versions available for it, partly because it's from a DTK computer, which I think was a little more popular being a system integrator than some of these boards that were just sold to the public. So maybe I can actually get that board to... Actually, I don't remember if it's a write back cache mode board or not, but Maybe I can get that board to do what I want it to do if I can fix it, but it'll be a challenge to fix. So, anyways, I'm going to... I think I'm going to chalk the mystery up at the moment to there must be some sort of a BIOS compatibility issue. Because those two processors work in this board here. They don't work in the other two boards. Well, actually, the Overdrive processor didn't work in the NetWare board. It crashed very early in one of the benchmarks. It was definitely showing compatibility issues. It won't work at all outright in the other board. So, yeah. Compatibility issues. I also need to get some more foam for my collection of 486 CPUs. Who knows? Maybe when I hit 486 subscribers, I should give away a 486. I won't say which one I'd be tempted to give away, but I'll give you a hint. It would be one of the ones that I have more than one of. And another hint is I said 486. But we'll see. That was not an official announcement. That was me speculating what I could potentially do. All right. How about let's do a little repair before I end the stream. All right, so in this package, I have a keyboard connector from eBay, and this does actually appear to be as described. A Pentium motherboard. That a keyboard connector was sheared off of. I did get a refund from this board because it was described as tested working, and it did not work. And the keyboard connector was is broken. So, is there anything special about this board? No, not really. Other than it has a Win BIOS, I believe, which I think is the whole reason I bought this board. So, what am I going to... Oh, the other thing is there is a capacitor that is, like, very visibly deformed. If this was a canned product at the grocery store, I would be saying botulism. It's that deformed. So, I'm going to... So, I got capacitors. So, I am going to replace that capacitor and the other 6 or 7 exactly like it. Although, maybe not necessarily all before powering the board up. I am replacing the one that's visibly deformed, though, because it didn't power up. I'm also going to replace the keyboard connector, but I think first I am going to... Well, I'm gonna first try the capacitor and see if that fixes it. Because I think the bad capacitor may have affected its ability to power up. Okay, I'm also going to try this new solder station. However, I am going to actually use a Hacko tip. Well, I hope that Sloopy, I don't know if that comment was directed at this board, but I certainly hope all the ICs aren't bad, because I'm not going to replace more than like... Actually, if there's any ICs bad on this board, other than the BIOS. Okay. So I already have my first complaint about this solder station. You can't swap the tips like the Hacko version. Also, this Hacko tip is seemingly not fitting. That might be 2 strikes against it. Okay, maybe it is fitting. Maybe it just doesn't insert all the way. All right. Well. Okay. So apparently you have to take the a piece off of this to... Oh, for your VIC-20 board, yeah. Okay, so apparently you can't swap the tips in this like you can on the Hacko, so that's that's a demerit point against it. I mean, the price was... Oh, actually, I think it was like $80 for it. Granted, I mean that's the station and the Oh, well, it heats fast. That's cool. All right, well, let's see if I can get this capacitor off. I don't know exactly which All right, I do not know which component legs it is exactly, so... Well, let's see if this will even... So I just, it's heated to 300 degrees C. I have no idea what that is in freedom units, which is what my brain thinks in. Hi, Bruce. I broke down, I got one of those KSGER solder stations. Like, at some point, I probably told myself I'll never buy one, and I bought one. Oh, you can buy different handles for them. Well, that's nice, but that's an extra expense. All right, well, I may look into one of the quick release handles. I may also realize that upgrading it will cost more than or as much as the Hacko handle that I just, it's my long story about my Hacko FX951. Although that is cool, it's showing me, I guess, the PID percentage. That's kind of cool. Wow. Okay, maybe the solder's oxidized. Actually, I don't think this thing is, oh yeah, I just bumped it to 350 degrees C because it did not seem like it was running hot enough at 300 degrees C. Oh, there we go. That's better. That's better. Although it's still not melting that solder. Okay, let's go to 400 degrees C. There we go. Is that actually... I wonder if this is lead-free solder on this board. Wow, that is not... Huh. Yeah, I just took it to 400 degrees C, and it's like still... Yeah, I mean, if I put the soldering iron to the component leg, it'll melt the solder, but it is like not wanting to wick. There we go. I think it's wicking now. Problem is, I ran out of the goot wick, so yeah, I may have to add flux. I may have to pump the temperature up more to it glowed for Steve and like. All right, there we go. I just turned it up to exterminate. I mean, ludicrous meltage go. I'll add flux. Up to 450 degrees C. I mean business here. I just want Yeah, no, it's a huge copper plane. That's probably part of the problem. I'm using a Hacko BC2. Oh, well, I don't really like this wick as much as the Goot wick, but I'm out of Goot wick right now. I'll order some more eventually. Pretty much, I'm kind of making myself use up the wick I don't like. And the thing is, I don't even know if that was the correct component. Because actually, I don't think that... was that... Actually... Oh, actually, that was it. Okay. There we go. Got it out. Woo! Interestingly enough, I don't think it had leaked. It was only just kind of smashed. I bet if I, you know, it'll. I bet if I test that cap, it's going to test fine. I only assumed it was bad because it had been deformed. Okay. If if I like this solder station, I'll get some different tips for it. Maybe I should get the. Jeremy, I always use conical tips. It's kind of one of those. There's a battle between the people that like conical tips and don't. I'm kind of indifferent, but they work for me. It's also probably the... Well, that's... I was using a big tip because that's usually what I use. It's a huge, gigantic, enormous ground plane. And disc capacitor. Well, honestly, I don't see how it hadn't leaked, given how it looks, but... Alright. Because engineers must test all the things... So this is a 1500 microfarad capacitor, and it's reading within spec. Bummer. Yeah, I need to get the quick change handle if I'm going to be able to swap tips. I just got the thing, so... Alright, even... See, negative, negative... Alright. Well, I guess it was probably a long shot that would have been the only problem with this board, but... Yeah, Bruce, that's just asking me to burn myself. That's why I want. That's why I kind of want a quick change handle. I mean, you still have to be careful, but I can actually manage a hot pad for 5 seconds. Okay. Okay, there we go. New caps in. I don't know if this is actually going to fix the problem, but I mean, that cap was deformed. It was my first guess as to if something's wrong with the board and it won't power up. All right. Well, that. Okay, there we go. It's soldered in. That is an enormous ground plane. I'm not totally convinced that fixed it. Okay, what am I going to do now? This is not a PC chips motherboard, I don't think. Or maybe it is. I don't remember what kind it is. It had a WinBIOS. There, you now had my entire list of criteria when I bought this board. Oh, and price. You wonder why I buy so much stuff that doesn't work. Yeah, I spared all expenses on it, probably. And yes, I did put a processor in it to test it. Although, I think at the moment I'm going to power it up without a processor. See if it beeps. I will put the post card in it so I can at least see if I've got voltages. I am using the AT power connector, so I can just use the same power connector I was using. Except I gotta plug my power supply in. Jeremy, I guarantee you, I not only have dealt with PC chips before, I probably built computers back in the late 90s with them because that's what my boss bought. Okay, so what do I have? I have yes, Adam, you might be because I only have 2 soldering irons on my bench right now. All right, I have plus 12 volts. I have minus 12 volts. And the motherboard otherwise doesn't seem to like not having. Yeah, it apparently doesn't like not having a processor or memory installed. Might also be indicative of a problem. Okay. because I'm not going to risk anything overly valuable, I think I have a Pentium. Oh, here we go. This one will work. It's a Pentium of some sort. Pentium 133. There we go. Pentium 133. This board has no jumpers because I think you set it in the WinBIOS. All right. Okay, still seems to be dead. Let me add some RAM. Only the funnest RAM for this board. Here we go. What I believe are, these are EDO 72 pin sims. Well, I see it coming out of reset, but then that's about it. I may have to check voltages. Of course, you know what I could do? I could also power it with ATX power directly. There we go. How about that? All right, so soft power switch is soft power switch is hold please while I try to figure out which one of these is the soft power switch. Oh. There it is. And huh. Maybe this board is just dead. Okay, well let me try an ISA slot for the postcard. I don't know what that will accomplish. Probably nothing. Soft power works. Yeah. Postcard's still not showing any postcodes. Not getting any beeps. Let's see, I'm not feeling anything getting overly warm. This isn't one of those weird boards that won't power up without a battery, is it? Yes, Jeremy, you can put in the chat. See, you bought a PC chips. What should you expect? You sold the things. You should know better. Yeah, probably. It had a WinBIOS. I was trying to get a board with a wind bias. I think wind biases are cool. Not as useless as the full BIOS, but I think they're cool. This board met my price criteria, and I could confirm it had a wind BIOS. However, at the moment, the wind BIOS is useless because it won't power up. All right. Yeah, I think this board's dead. Or one of the capacitors is failed that I didn't replace. Yep. All right. I guess this board's dead. I guess the important thing is I only wasted one capacitor. Well, I mean, okay. How about let me pull the... Let me just check a few voltages here. I don't... Then I'll probably come back and do it at some point anyways. Okay, so let me see. I mean, this processor might not be good. I don't remember where I got it. Okay, but this capacitor I just replaced should have voltage across it, theoretically. It's got 5 volts. Okay, that's probably good. Processor's at least not getting warm. That's probably good. Let's see. I don't see anything shorting on the bottom. Are there any jumpers at all on this board? Okay, there are a few. Okay, I have the memory voltage set to 5 volts, which is correct because I'm using Sims. Trying to look to see if there's like a clear CMOS jumper. Oh, there's... Okay, there is a clear CMOS jumper. Okay. Well, you hold the power button, it works. Okay, I just cleared CMOS. Adam says it's a loose BIOS. Now, BIOS chip is actually in pretty secure. Did someone put it in backwards? Nope. I see the notch. And, okay, it's not in backwards. All right, I cleared the CMOS. That didn't work. Well, Jeremy, I do know that without a battery, the CMOS was cleared. However, in some rare cases, probably with poorly written BIOSes, reference this is a PC chips board, it could have been initialized with garbage data. So I do still sometimes like to clear the BIOS. All right, Jeremy's asking me about an Asus board, which... Asus board. I at least want my, okay. Let me go see. I think I've got another Pentium board. Okay, so this Pentium board is scrap. I got refunded by the seller. So all I've got in it is a capacitor that I just unnecessarily replaced. This board's dead. It is going in my scrap pile because it's scrap. Okay. Yeah, it's a loose BIOS. Exactly. All right. Let me see. I think I got another board here that Jeremy probably remembers I bought. I've forgotten that I bought. Oh, please. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh no, Jeremy's bringing. No, 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 no. We're not going to talk about that board, Jeremy. That board is scrap. I am not going to try to fix it. Sorry. No. I scrapped that Asus board. I have another Pentium board. I have no idea if it works. Given my luck lately, it probably won't. I mean, maybe I might try to fix the Asus board again in the future, but I think I did a pretty good job of destroying more than I fixed last time I looked at it. So, no, I'm not going to um, spend hours on that tonight. You got my visceral reaction of, yeah. Good night, Adam. We'll see you later. Yes, this is an A open board, so other than the fact it has plastic memory clips, I actually it stands a better chance of actually working. I will at least give PC Chips that it did have metal clips on the Sims, which, quite honestly, is what A open should have probably done. But this board will probably just work. Somewhere I've got some PC 100 memory I can put in here. Actually, PC 66. Probably what it really needs. All right, this coin cell battery is most certainly dead because it's the original Maxell. All right, put another battery in it. All right, put a postcard in it. I'll plug a video. I will plug the. I don't know if I can find the speaker. There we go. I think that's speaker. Okay. Oh, let me turn power on. If it beeps, if I get postcodes, I'll find a video card. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this board has actual jumpers on it I need to change. Okay. Well, that might have been a bad thing. Okay, hold on while I change the jumpers. I didn't realize this board doesn't configure the. Oh wait, this is a Pentium 133. If anything, I would have just undervolted it. So it's probably fine. Okay, so oh, this has a SP link on it. Cool. Okay, so for 66 megahertz bus, JP4, so I need 231212. And I don't know where pin 1. Oh. Okay. I think the silk screen could use some improvement, but I'm sure AOpen will get right on updating the silk screen for the next spin of this board. Okay. I think this board was set for a Cyrix CPU of some sort. Okay, so there we go. Bus speed. So for an Intel 133, switch 1, I need on, off, off, on, off, off. And does anyone know what the V core is for a Pentium 133? Well, presume 3.45 volts would probably be okay. Okay, that's good. Oh, wait a minute. We got postcodes now. I had the CPU configured wrong. Yeah, I set it to 3.45 volts. Because it's old enough that I figured it was one of those two one of the two higher voltages. But 3.45 and 3.52 are so close to each other, I figured it would probably work. Okay. If I can remember what I did with my PCI video card that I had out last night because reasons. Partly having to do with the one of the two boards that I sent through the ultrasonic cleaner and regretted it. Although that particular board, I don't think the ultrasonic cleaner did damage. I think there was something wrong with it to begin with. So hopefully, while I find my PCI video card, there it is. And Jeremy, maybe I wanted the onboard stuff. Actually, not really. That other board only had onboard sound, anyways. I think that was really the only. Oh. I think the other board had the PCI slots and a better arrangement too, because there was a gap between them. There we go. Okay. Oh. Well. Well, I'm getting stuck at C6. Maybe I got the CPU jumpered wrong. EP5TC. All right, let me see if I can find this board real quick. The manual will probably tell me what I needed to set for this exact processor. Oh, what do you know? There's plenty of BIOSes available too. All right. User manual. Ah, I got the full user manual. All right. Okay. So it'll probably tell me what I should set it for this exact processor. This processor might actually be bad. I think I pulled it out of the scrap. I've got another. I've got another Pentium. I've got another Pentium processor too. I can try. Okay, let me see if I can find a chart for. Okay, yes, I did. It is 3.45 volts is correct. For off, on, off. Okay. I'm just double checking. So off, on. Okay, that's cool. Got extended voltage settings. CPU frequency on, off, off. On, off, off. Okay, that's 2x multiplier. And the CPU clock is. Yeah, okay. 66 megahertz. Well, CPUs don't usually go bad unless Justin pulls it out of the scrap. Then there's probably a reason why someone scrapped it. Okay. Okay, let me see what other Pentium processors I have to choose from sitting over here. I have a Pentium. Oh, here we go. How convenient. It's another Pentium 133. I do not know what I pulled it out of. All right, I do need to set a heatsink on top of it. Hold on. Oh, hold please while I unbend the pin. There's got one of the pins is slightly bent. Here we go. All right, heatsink. Let's see. Can't use that heatsink. Okay, that's a 486 heatsink. Hold on, I got a Pentium one. I know I've got a Pentium one because I bought it thinking it was a. Here we go. I think this is it. bought it thinking it was a 486 one and then realized that it was way too big to be a 486 one after I got it. There we go. Oh, I don't think the heatsink will go on that way. Yeah, I bought this clip-on style thinking it was a 486 one because I didn't remember seeing any of the Pentium have clip-on processor style back in the day, but I got it and then realized no, it was a Pentium clip-on. It just must have been an early one. Okay, so at least I got a heatsink on it. I don't want to potentially burn up all my processors tonight. Okay, let's see if this one works. I have no idea if this board has a 4x multiplier. I don't know why I would want a 4x multiplier on this board. Right offhand. Yes, it does have a 4x multiplier. Okay, I think this heatsink is preventing the processor from sitting in the socket, so I guess I'm going to do the Dustin's just going to put his fingers on top of it for a quick power up. That way I can at least make sure it doesn't like get too hot. There we go. There we go. Wow. Okay, that processor is getting hot. Okay. Let me find I got another heatsink somewhere. I just want to put something on top of it. I don't want to melt my processor. Here we go. It's a clip-on. I have some MMX processors too, but I might try one of them. I don't think I've tested them. They were improperly stored for a number of years. Therefore, they will probably work. Whereas the Pentium 133 that was scrapped, probably because it was old, doesn't work. And unfortunately, in its case, there we go. Look at that. Okay, I don't have a keyboard plugged in. I can fix that real quick. There we go. Oh, 32 megs of RAM. Oh yeah, I guess that is 32 megs of RAM I picked out. So let's see here. We've got oh wait a minute, this isn't WinBIOS. I sure thought this had WinBIOS. I feel cheated. BIOS is not WinBIOS. Well, Jeremy, I do not have one of those processors, so I can't run it. And I sure thought the manual said this thing had WinBIOS. I feel cheated. No, this one doesn't have WinBIOS. Never mind. Oh, I must have. Oh, I bought this board probably because Oh, I know why I bought this board. It wasn't because it had WinBIOS. It's because it has one of those PC PCI headers on it. That's why I bought this board. Yeah. Okay. Now that I look at the board, this the manual. This doesn't have WinBIOS. I thought it did. Um, there's an Acer board I was watching that I may still get that has it. I was hoping I'd get that other board fixed, but yeah, it's this header here that you can't see. This header is why I bought this board. This is a socket 7 board that has a ISA slots and PC PCI. Not many socket 7 boards had this header. This one does. Yes, the WinBIOS is the one you mouse in settings. I know it's probably completely stupid that I want a WinBIOS because you mouse in the settings. I totally know, for anyone that realizes that it doesn't have all the settings, I totally know that it does not expose power settings to you, yet I want a WinBIOS motherboard. Sometimes you just want things irrationally, even though it doesn't expose any of the power settings. There, I said it. I want one. I thought I had one, but it's broken. Oh, wait, but I was trying to power it up with a CPU that was bad. Okay. Okay. All right, final thing for the evening. So, now that I got this powered up, and I know that I have a working CPU and working memory and working video. Well, I knew the video card worked. All right. I'm going to try the PC chips motherboard one last time. Now that I know that I've this working CPU, because apparently, despite the fact that CPUs don't just go bad, they do go bad. I don't know what happened to that CPU that I pulled out of the scrap, but obviously something happened to it, and it's bad. It doesn't work. For all I know, someone was carrying it by the pins while they walked across a shag carpet, rubbing balloons on their head, while at a museum around a Van de Graaff generator. I don't know. Come up with a sillier scenario. Best silly scenario of how you kill an Intel Pentium 1 CPU. Funniest story that's G-rated. I'll pin the comment. The more unrealistic, the funnier. Okay, this board works. Yay. So I've got a board. I bought it because it had a different feature. It doesn't have WinBIOS. I mean, I guess I could see if one of the other BIOS images on the RetroWeb maybe happens to be a WinBIOS for it. That's always possible. I know, Jeremy, you're probably not holding out hope for the PC chips motherboard. Let's see, I'm not even going to bother putting the coin cell battery in. I probably don't know why I should. I'm not even going to clip the heatsink on. Because quite honestly, I'm not expecting it's going to do anything, and I don't want to. This PC chips motherboard might become a spare socket source if I ever get a board that has a damaged socket 7. And the board is worth me removing a socket 7 from a board, so I don't want to risk breaking the clips. more likely to just become a source for spare memory sockets. The video cable came out again. You know, it's quite possible that I did try to power this board up with that Pentium 133 that I found is bad. And maybe that was the whole problem, but I mean, that capacitor did need to be replaced. It was, I don't think they're supposed to look like a bad can at the grocery store. Okay, so let's see. Power, memory. Oh, I don't know. Well, okay, I'll plug the keyboard in. I don't really expect that it'll work. I'll plug the keyboard in. Heat sink's on. Okay. Shocker. The PC chip's motherboard appears to still be dead. Okay. Oh, oh yeah, I've seen some 486 boards that have that. Yeah, I mean, I have definitely been looking for. I mean, yeah, it doesn't have to be a Pentium board with a Win BIOS. I just want a board with a Win BIOS. Okay, this board is definitely. It's definitely dead. Quite honestly, I'm not convinced the seller actually tested it. More likely they. Okay, I guess there is one thing I could do. Okay, I'm gonna pull the BIOS chip off. This is the last thing I'm going to do tonight. I'm going to pull this BIOS chip off the board. I'm going to put it in the reader, and I'm going to see if it even makes any sense. Because I guess in the event that this BIOS chip actually is bad, which by this point of manufacturing, I would have thought this chip would be fine, but who knows? I mean, it looks like it's an EEPROM. I'm not even sure my reader will be able to read it. Don't know what type it is. Probably if I peeled the really nice Vernon sticker off of it, then, well, I might be able to figure out what it is. Hold please while I try to find the something that'll remove the sticker. Because I guess if this BIOS chip failed, then you're not going to get any postcodes. It is a HT M21357. Well, I'm baffled. All right, I'm not even sure. Okay, all chips Thing is, I don't think I can assume HT is a Tachi because it's probably not. It's probably a generic version of Holtec. No, let's see, M21357. All right, let me search M 21357. That's a no go. High tech. Probably is high tech. Okay, my programmer doesn't have it in the list. So, therefore, I'm going to assume this is a something that might be compatible with a probably a 256K or 512K chip. So is that going to mean it's probably a okay. So I'm just looking to see if I see any chip types that might be compatible with that. Maybe an AM28F020 maybe. No. All right. Let me see if I can find the model of this board. Let me see what size the BIOS is. Maybe I'll take the opposite tact and I'll just write a new chip if I have one that's the correct size. I probably don't though. So the mystery will probably have to continue on this Pentium board. Although, quite honestly, I don't know that I'm willing to spend money for a new chip to program to see that it probably doesn't work. So it may just be a mystery forever. But that would require me to figure out what model this board is, and all it says on it is V1, V1.2. I mean, the thing is, this board actually has an Intel chipset, so this isn't like one of their worst boards, but it's actually an Intel chipset. What packages? It's a DIP 28. No, it's a DIP 32. I can't count tonight. It's a DIP 32. Yeah, it's a DIP 32. So that actually, so it's actually probably more like a something I didn't select. No, it's a DIP 30. Uh, I'm trying, Sloopy. Nothing I'm trying so far wants to work. 27C010 DIP 32. Turn off check ID, device read. $27C512. All right. But it's probably not a I can't read it as a 27C512. I don't think. DIP 32 is not a choice for that package type. 27C256. DIP 32 is not a package type for that chip type. I got PLCC 32, but not DIP 32. And as I've come to find out for certain things, DIP 32 and PLCC 32 is no guarantee it's a pin for pin match. Although I probably can't do much worse to this chip. Uh, 27. I'm just going to AMD in the list because it's quicker. 27C512 is my software only has DIP 28 and PLCC 32. I mean, I will try PLCC 32. But that did not read it didn't read anything. So either this chip is blank, as in blank, as in, all right, let me see let me search the retro web. And so you all say this is a PC chips motherboard. If all right, chipset manufacturer Intel. Maybe this. All right, hold please while I try to find the model of this board, because it only says V1.2 on it. PC chips M572. Does that picture? There we go. That picture looks the same. Okay. Downloads. Excellent. There are some BIOSes on the retro website. It is a 128K ROM image. So that means that it is going to be a Yeah, 27C010, I believe. Let me see what I've got. I do have a couple of. Okay, I have some 1 MB EPROMs, but they're all DIP 40. So I I'll have to. I've got the BIOS file here from the RetroWeb. I don't have any chips I can program it to. All I have are DIP 28 and DIP 40. No, Jeremy, a 27C128 is a 16K ROM. I need a 1 megabit. So yeah, I can't write a new BIOS for this board, assuming that the chip actually is blank. But I guess knowing it's 1 megabit does tell me what kind of EEPROM I probably need to get. But the thing is, just because I wasn't able to read it doesn't mean that that chip is actually blank. It just might mean that I was picking the wrong thing in the software. But it is getting late, and I'm which board are you talking about, Jeremy? The PC chips one, or I presume it's the PC chips one, because this board um I don't know why anyone would want to use infrared, so I don't know why manufacturers thought infrared was a great idea back in the 90s, because it wasn't. How many people did I build systems for and they said, oh, I have to have infrared on my computer? Zero. How many people did I build a computer for in the 90s that said, oh, infrared would be a nice to have feature in my computer? Zero. How many people even asked about infrared that I built a computer for in the 90s? Zero. I think I built more Pentium 2 systems than I had people ask about infrared back in the 90s. And you're probably thinking to yourself, well, that doesn't sound that hard to do. I think the number of Pentium 2 systems I built back in the 90s was 1. None of our customers wanted Pentium 2s. Yeah. Yeah. So yes, I think I had more people want Pentium 2s than wanted infrared. Just making sure my this motherboard's here still works. Yes. Okay, so I didn't manage to kill the A-Open board or the processor by putting it in that other board. So yes, I know infrared was a fad, but none of our customers asked for it. It's like none of them asked for it. So I don't want an infrared computer. It has no sentimental value to me. I mean, it can't control your TV, so therefore, I mean, I don't want it. I mean, yeah, I guess someone could probably convince me that, oh, well, maybe you should do a video on how good or bad it was. And, well, the video would probably start off with, no one asked for it at the computer shop I worked for, but we'll take a look at it anyways. Anyways, okay, so the A-Open board works. I guess I can't say I'm surprised about that, because A-Open built good boards back then. Well, Jeremy, I don't know that I bought the A-Open board to build into a system. Besides, I'm running into a slight problem with building systems that I'm, like, the number of systems I could build is being severely hampered by the number of proper cases for said systems. So, that's kind of the problem. A lot of these socket, probably my eventual socket 7 build, I will probably build it with an ATX board, just because the number of AT cases I managed to get is low. So it's like I probably will end up building it with an ATX board. So maybe I'll find the ATX version of this A-Open board This board may just simply serve as a, yeah, here's, it may be an example in an SB link video that I may do at some point, but I don't think I'll build it into a system because I can't, I don't, the number of AT cases I am able to get is low. And if I'm building an AT board into a system, I want an AT case. Or at least I need to get the back plate for an ATX case. But those back plates don't fit all ATX cases. Because not at some point they stopped putting the AT mounting locations in them. Yes. Well, that your spare XT case is actually probably by the time you get to this board not a not an option because the XT power supplies top out at like 200 maybe 250 watts, and for system 7 or socket 7 you probably need more. So anyways, yeah, it's kind of one of the I bought this board because it was socket 7. It had the PC PCI connector, which is weird for a socket 7 board. I don't know that I intended to build it into a system, but it did help me determine that I had a bad CPU. So that Pentium 133 that appears to be bad is in my sus chips bag. The the Intel Overdrive DX4100 that only works in one of my boards. Well, whatever. That mystery solved. So the mystery of that was apparently I have two boards that don't like DX4 processors. Maybe they're jumpered wrong. Maybe there's some CPU check in the BIOS that I won't be able to get around because neither of those boards has alternate BIOSes out there. I tried one, but, well, the Mr. BIOS didn't like the board. It was even worse than the onboard BIOS. Also, I gave this KSGER station a try, and I want the handle that can hot swap, which means I need to spend more money on it. But anyways, I'll probably do that at some point. Um, well, yeah. Anyways, it's getting late. I'm starting to ramble. I do have to work in the morning, so I think it's time to draw the stream to an end. I'm just trying to make sure I at least have everything secured so that inevitably, inevitably I've set something on this workbench in an insecure method. I'm just trying to make sure that none of it will fall overnight and get damaged. So I'd better set this motherboard here on the bench. There we go. So at least everything should be in order and nothing will fall overnight because I'm not putting things away tonight. Which probably means I won't put them away tomorrow, which probably means Thursday when I come down here to stream, I'll realize that, oh, great, I didn't clean my bench off. So Thursday, I will be starting to attempt to repair a Visa Local Bus Socket 3. So, yeah, that could be fun. It might last one stream and I destroy it. We'll see how far I get. I guess I'll get to give the KSGER station a decent trial. And yeah, anyways, but I think I solved the mystery of the CPU, but unsatisfyingly, because really it seems to come down to I've got two boards it doesn't work on. Is it BIOS? Is it jumpers? Yeah. And the board I didn't want to use because it does not support write back cache at all seems to be the one that I probably will end up putting in the case for now, because at least the board works with everything I throw at it, even if the board seems to not support write back cache at all. Oh well. Maybe someday someone might take a look at the BIOS for this one board and realize, oh yeah, you needed to change a few instructions here, and oh, there you go. I fixed the write back cache support. But until then, Maybe I'll find a socket for a motherboard that actually supports write-back cache and any processor I want to put in it. It doesn't have to be VISA Local Bus. In fact, might be nice to have a PCI 486 board. Then at least I could use video cards like this one here. Nice S3 Verge. Oh, an S3 Vision 964. My nice number 9 video card. It's actually a fairly nice video card for what it is. I bet it'd work pretty nice on a 486. But PCI 486. Anyways, I think it's about time to close the stream down. So hopefully I will see you next time for the 486 VISA Local Bus Repair Part 1. Because I somehow suspect it'll take more than one live stream to fix it completely. Because it's going to take a while to remove all the sockets I need to do to even verify that there's no damage underneath them. So, yes, Jeremy, I think I would like to try that board. In fact, I would, yeah, I think I would like to try that board. We can talk, maybe if, actually for that, I'd probably be willing to email you a shipping label so you could ship it to me and I try it. I'll ship it back to you. Would be interesting to know what it does, because if it has PCI, it's probably new enough that it should have a BIOS that supports all of the CPU IDs. So that would be interesting to see if maybe it is an issue that I have some BIOSes that don't support the CPU IDs. Maybe this one board just doesn't care and the other two boards are actually checking it, because that Mr. BIOS actually also seemed to check CPU IDs. So maybe this one board is just not checking them. It's like, oh, you got a processor, it's executing code. I don't care what it actually is. It's executing code, so we're good. And the other two boards are like, nope, full stop, sorry. I don't know what you're trying to pull here. That's not one of the processors I was designed to use. So yeah, a PCI 486 board should be new enough. It should know all of the CPU IDs. That would be very interesting to try. So yeah, I'll take you up on that, Jeremy. But with that, I'll draw the stream to a close. And I hope to see you Thursday. Until then, take care. Have a great rest of your day. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.